everybody. Welcome to Montezuma. I am just leaving East Road, or the Knox Marcellus area. We're going to do another walk down there in the restricted area with Dave Nutter, but he had already been here and he's looked around, and from up here we can see there's really there's not much activity in terms of shorebirds. In fact, there's almost no activity, and really maybe it's no surprise, there's very little water down there. Things have been drying up, and there's eagle activity, and there are turkey vultures down there apparently, and egrets, great egrets, and great blue herons, but not much in terms of shorebirds. Very few shorebirds actually. And so we decided we're not going to bother walking down there today. So that's that. So we're going to go on more of our normal routine, I would say. And we may come back here and just take a look. I don't know if actually things will be any better, but there certainly won't be much more water. But we'll take a tour of things and see what we can see today. May do things a little differently. There have been reported, but I guess not yet seen today, but over the last few days there have been reported a species of duck, and I guess there have been maybe 4 of them. Black-bellied whistling ducks, a species I've never seen before, and they're considered a rarity up here. And I would not mind seeing them if possible, but my understanding is they've been, they're not necessarily easy to see anyway, just because of where they tend to spend their time. And I guess they have not yet been seen today. The other thing is it's windy today, and we were both also concerned about the wind noise. So there's a tower that is near the visitor center, and I'm thinking about maybe climbing that tower. I'm concerned about the wind though, and I guess things are very distant anyway, but maybe I will climb it. I don't know. I have seen a number of birds here while, just in my time, setting up and everything, including some eagles. I'm not sure I can confirm having seen with my own eyes any turkey vultures, crows just now, great egrets, great blue herons. I did see just saw a morning dove. I did see an American kestrel. But it's, anyway, it's windy. It's, at present, it's 67 degrees. Sunny out, as you can see, mostly sunny. And, it's kind of windy. So, in many ways, not necessarily ideal conditions. I see to my left on one of the nests, I believe that's an osprey. And, I did see earlier as I drove here, and let me see if they're still there. Oh, what's that in the air? Oh, there's a great blue heron. I see some double-crested cormorants. And by the way, speaking with Dave, he said, given how much water's down there and everything, he's not unless something happens, he is not likely to ask for permission to go down there again this year. So that may be the end of our special walks down there, the special shorebird walks. It's certainly been interesting these last few weeks. I just saw something in a tree here. I don't know what it is. Get right here just in case somebody decides to fly off. I don't know if I'll be able to see it. It may have been an osprey. I don't know. Oh, there's something else I'll tell you about in a minute. Okay, there is somebody here. You know, let me check with binoculars first. Oh, it looks like a red-tailed hawk, I think. Oh, just took off. Okay, thanks. I believe that was a red-tailed hawk, but I'm not positive. While we're here, I see some white in the air. Look like gulls. And I don't know if I see anything else. We may come back here too, because I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, on my way, I hadn't even reached Ithaca yet. It was actually getting kind of close to Ithaca. Anyway, I saw some birds in the air. Again, this is before I started, so it's not really part of the tour. I saw some birds in the air, and you know, from with the naked eye, especially to my untrained naked eye, I would have said, okay, maybe they're red-tailed hawks. But the problem was the number of them. And I mean, there were at least 3 and then 4, and I think that ended up being like 5. But I thought, you know, with that many, I mean, I've seen that many hawks, you know, whether, not even just at the pheasant farm, but we've seen that many, I've seen that many hawks in the air before, whenever there's been I don't know if it's a territorial dispute or whatever, but I mean, I've even seen near my own home once, I was outside and there were several hawks, not all necessarily circling together, but they were, you know, in the air all at once, kind of near each other. Anyway, these were in a, you know, somewhat close proximity on a relative basis. And I did take my binoculars out because I thought I might be seeing something different. And sure enough, I saw the white stripe, thin white stripe towards the end of the tail of one. I only really took the time to look at one, and I believe they were all broad-winged hawks. And so, you know, got my head back into the car and went for a particular camera which needed a battery. And by the time I got back out to look at the broad-winged hawks, they were gone, long gone. I mean, it's not like I had no idea where they were. It was almost as if they had never been there. You know, looked around as best I could. There were trees that might have partially blocked my view, but looked around as best I could. I couldn't see them, and like I said, it was as if they were never there in the first place. You may recall once, and this is only once, and I don't remember if I think I had been broadcasting already. Either I had just started or I was about to start, so I recorded it and then played it once we had started, you know, streaming. We had seen, you know, a number of broad-winged hawks while we were really at the visitor center here at Montezuma, right in the parking lot. Can't say I would mind seeing that. On that occasion, there were, you know, I didn't even count, but there were probably 10 or 15 of them. Thermometer's now reading 70 degrees. It's supposed to get to, like, I think, lower to mid 70s today. And you know, I haven't checked the forecast in the last 5 minutes, but I believe the wind will actually maybe increase, and then maybe tonight there might even be, I'm not sure about Montezuma, but I think I'm thinking about Ithaca, there might even be some rain overnight, I'm not sure. think I just saw a kestrel or a merlin. I'm not sure what. Hold on one second. Oh. I gotta go a little farther. I went a little too far. Now I've got a tree in my way. It's an American kestrel. Okay. There's a car behind me. I don't know what they're waiting for, but anyway. That was an American kestrel. I wouldn't mind looking at it, but it was back. If it had been, you know, farther forward relative to us, maybe I would have done it, but we haven't seen a merlin on the tour in a while. We've certainly seen them before, but we haven't seen one in a while. I'd love to see broad-winged hawks. That would be great. By the way, I almost forgot because of the canceled shorebird walk, but it's you could say this is the anniversary broadcast of the year. The actual anniversary was on Wednesday. We've been first started the tour back in 2012. The first, I guess, official broadcast was the 9th of September. But really, I had done kind of a test. Really, I had done kind of a test broadcast so that they could make sure that they were, you know, ready to go the following day. I remember that day, and there was a Nest Fest that day on the Cornell campus. You know? I don't see anybody. Let me just take a look with binoculars. I don't see anybody. Often there are pigeons there, so that's why it's worth looking. Pigeons? Who cares about pigeons? Well, I like pigeons. So anyway, I think we may be done with those shorebird walks, again, unless Dave happens to see something and decides that it's worth doing, you know, a special walk for it. I did thank him for all that he's really provided for us, because it's been interesting. We've had good looks at shorebirds, and we've benefited from his knowledge of them. The wind could be a bit of a challenge today. I better close another window. Hold on a second. The wind could be a challenge for us today in terms of the noise. On not this camera, but the other camera, I've added something which may help with some of that noise level, but I'm not sure. Not that I like to do it, but I glued something onto the camera over the microphones, and I don't even know if that glue is strong enough to withstand much wind, so, you know. The visitor center is still closed. I didn't have any special bird watching sessions this week. Hold on a second. Okay, I think I see Dave's car up ahead. He said he was going to go to Wildlife Drive. Now, some people have been climbing the observation tower, which is over there. No one's on the tower right now. And you know, I was thinking just a moment ago, we'll walk or we'll drive Wildlife Drive, and we may even come back at some point, depending on what else we see, wherever we see it. We may even come back to Wildlife Drive just to take a walk up that, you know, up onto the tower. What you got? Anything special? Whoops, sorry.
There's a couple of solitary sandpipers in the the pond in the back.
Okay.
One swimming and then one along the shore, kind of on the right.
But not much else.
There's a yellow legged in closer, but that's about it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you bet.
And you thought you weren't going to hear Dave today. He said there were a couple solitary sandpipers and a yellow legs. Oh, who's that? Well, we're going to move on. I don't want to bother everybody. I see some tree swallows. I'd rather have the windows open, but I'm concerned about the wind level or the noise level for you. Oops. And are those Canada geese, I think, in the air? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Yeah. Are they? Maybe. Let me look with binoculars. I don't... No. I don't believe so. Let me show them to you again. To me, they look like their tails are, relative to the body, a little bit long. And they're very dark. And they're probably flapping their wings a little bit too fast to be Canada geese. So I believe they are, and they're like, in terms of wing speed, about halfway between you know, the various ducks we see and Canada geese. Canada geese have a slower flapping speed, and the ducks usually, you know, quite a bit faster. Those had something somewhere in between. And that, to me, is a good sign that they were double-crested cormorants. That, and also the profile, they're almost like a, not perfectly even, but they're more like a, you know, a plus sign in the air. With the wings almost halfway, you know, down the body, maybe a little bit more. Than halfway down the body from the tip of the beak in their profile, in their, you know, flight profile. That's what I look for anyway. It's really, before I even had a look at them, they just seem to be flapping their wings a little bit too quickly to be Canada geese, but not nearly fast enough for them to be ducks. That is a northern harrier. Now, speaking of Canada geese, I do hear some. I don't see them, but I hear them. Now maybe we've been spoiled over the last few years because we've had, you know, a few good looks at American bitterns, but I did post, there are the geese. See, a little bit, I mean, even though they just took off, slower wing speed, wing flapping speeds, and slightly different profile. So even if you can't see like colors, white, you know, the whitish tails or whatever, often you can tell. That, you know, I would say, for instance, with Canada geese, their wings are, in terms of the flight profile, a little bit farther back along the body than they are with double-crested cormorants. Anyway, I was saying, you know, we have seen American bitterns, and we've been lucky in that regard. But I did post video of the one we saw last week. To me, they're always worth seeing, and it's always a treat to see one. So, you know, I decided to post the video if anyone wants to see it again. Hold on one second. I'm not sure if they landed there, but I see Canada geese over here. I mean, I don't know if they're the same geese, but I thought I just saw something else land there too. Yeah, see, there are some ducks there. And maybe we'll try to get a better look than this is giving. I think we've got some blue-winged teals there by the looks of things. I'll say this, I did see, just yesterday, I decided to make a stop at my local bird watching area just to see if there was anybody there. And I did see some ducks, and they were mallards. Okay, you know, nothing out of the ordinary there. But there were males that were, I've got a great blue heron right here. Pretty deep water for a great blue heron. Not, you know, not super deep, but pretty deep. And maybe that's what this person ahead of us is taking photos of. Anyway, some of those mallards seem to be returning to breeding plumage. So that was good. Okay, now let's try to look again over here and see if maybe we can see a little better, and if it warrants it, we may switch cameras and turn the car around and everything. I think we have some, well, I think it's time we turn the car around, even though now it's not supposed to. Let's see if we can do that and look out with the other camera. 1 second here. It's relatively quiet here today. I don't see a lot of people. Come on, wire. It's so annoying. All right. Ow. Oh, geese are taking off. I hope not because of me. but there are more geese still here. Okay, give me a moment. So like I said, we have Canada geese here, but we also have some other birds. So let's see if we can find out what those other birds are. I believe we're looking at blue-winged teals. Right here. And then elsewhere, I think we have mallards here. It's tough for me to tell, but that may be a male right there who's in the process of changing back to breeding plumage. Looks like it. See that? At center screen, you see the white streak on the side, and then I saw some of the chestnut-colored breasts that a male typically has with breeding colors. So who is this? I'm not sure. Are they widgeons? It might be widgeons, I'm not sure. Yes, I believe they're widgeons. Look at the size difference. You know, we don't usually see them right next to Canada geese. Now, you know, widgeons aren't necessarily the very largest ducks. They're not as large as mallards, for instance, but that is quite a difference in size. Someone just landed in the, or oh, maybe not. I was going to say landed in the trees behind. Just caught a glimpse. Hold on. It's somewhere in here. Hold on. Where'd it go? Is that somebody? Yes, that's a bald eagle. Okay, so we're seeing a bald eagle there. There's also, by the way, down at water level, there is also a great blue heron right in, well, it was right there. There. There's also reportedly in the area, we may see here today, I hate to say it and then not see it, there's a chance we'll see a Eurasian widgeon. There's been one reported. I'm glad it's, you know, apparently it's a male, and that's good, because I don't know if I'd be able to see it, if I'd be able to determine, you know, separate a female Eurasian widgeon out from, you know, other American widgeons. I don't know. Okay, let's see what else is around. thought I had possibly also seen, that looks like an, yes, that looks like a pied-billed grebe. I thought I had seen what may have been a gallinule, but I'm not sure. I should probably look with binoculars. Those, I think, are blue-winged teals. Notice that white that Dave has mentioned before, right behind the bill. That is a good marker. 2 ducks just left. I'm not sure what they are. I did see something that upset me, I have to admit. And that was someone had posted photos of himself on the eagle statue. That is a common gallinule. I mean, I found such such behavior is just, I'm sorry, it's just terrible. I mean, it's a statue. It's not a ride, and it's not something to even ingest to have your photo taken on. Some people don't have any respect. Alright, let me just take a quick look around with binoculars and see if there's anything else I should be focusing on. I think that's it. So we're going to move along. Got to turn the car around. Yeah, I'm going to switch cameras right now. Might as well. Hold on, we're going to wait for a car here. It was in this stretch that we saw the American bittern last week. No such luck this time around. Not yet, anyway. I do wish there were more, more water at Knox Marcellus. Things can get dry in the summer, certainly, but I wish there were more water there. Just to, and that may come, it's summer's ending, and there may be some rain that fills things up a bit, but you know, I'd like to have more water there for, you know, for geese, in, you know, Canada geese and snow geese. You know, once the you know, we're into October and November. So we have some mallards here, and I thought I saw a shorebird kind of hiding there. I believe it's a yellowlegs, and probably I believe it, well, I don't know if it's a greater or a yellow or lesser. I think it might be a lesser. More Canada geese over here. And okay, those also look like mallards. Did I see something over here? I'm gonna set you down. I need to look with binoculars at those ducks we just saw. I think they're mallards. Okay. Canada geese are coming in just up ahead and to our right a little bit, but you may have just seen them. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some of the geese that left a few minutes ago. And with those geese, or some of the geese that are on the ground there, I see I think it might be a mallard. I'm not sure. I can't tell, and its head is tucked back and everything. I see a harrier out there flying, and there are ducks flying around. I don't know if they're flying around because of the harrier or not. It's possible. Well in the distance, so I'm not worth trying to show you, to be honest with you. More geese are coming over, it sounds like, to cross the road and go into those pools. What did I just hear? I see an eagle in the distance flying around, and ducks are flying around. I want to listen to something on my phone. One moment. Come on. Okay, I thought I may have heard something, maybe not. In the distance, there are eagles flying around, at least two, and the harrier. While at Knox Marcellus, there were eagles flying around there as well. I mean, seems like a good day for eagles to be active. Could be the wind, I don't know, but could just be coincidence. Or at least, maybe not coincidence so much as nothing that we would be able to, figure out on our own. Coming our way is a cormorant coming in. Maybe, I don't know if it's coming in for a landing or not, but no, maybe not. Or not coming our way any longer, really. Just saw a gull. I don't know if it's a ring-billed. It might be. Couldn't tell. Sorry. See a pied-billed grebe. I see some other ducks which may warrant our attention. And well, I wouldn't mind being up a little bit further just to line up with the lower spot on the grasses, but this is what we have, so this is what we're going to take. Let's give things a look with the other camera as best we can. We've got grasses in the way. I think we're looking at blue-winged teals again. Looks like it. And then, other ducks just came along for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Again, I'm sorry about the grasses being in the way, but there's nothing I can really do. And I was going to look at others, but I guess they all came a little bit closer, and now everyone was through the grasses. So let's. I'm going to leave this camera in place, but we're gonna get moving. I hear a crow, an American crow. Teals also, I think. Just looking with binoculars now. Cormorants more in the distance there. Double-crested cormorants. And I don't know who that is swimming near them. Let me lighten things up a bit and maybe we'll get a better idea. Oh, I think it's a cormorant. Just bathing. I believe. That's what it looks like. Okay. I thought it was something else at first. Alright. Heard something. Blue-winged teals again. Quiet day here overall. Like I said, I'm hoping to see, and I don't know if we will see, but I'm hoping to see, if they're even still here, the black-bellied whistling ducks. Those, I've never seen that species before, and I'd love to see them. Hold on, what's that? I think I just saw a wood duck. Can't show it to you. It's right near the cattails here on this side, so I can't show you the wood duck. But it looked like a male wood duck. It's funny how things change, you know. In that area, you know, where I went bird watching last night, just for a short, you know, short visit. You know, earlier I was seeing wood ducks, you know, as often as, or more often than as mallards. And last couple times I've been there, I haven't seen any wood ducks. Hold on. 2 ducks in the air just flew by. I don't know what they were, but I don't believe they were anything out of the ordinary for us. Okay, let's keep moving. The only reason why I've been going again occasionally to that area, that bird watching area, is because, you know, just in case something unusual shows up now that we're, you know, really getting into the migration season. It's, you know, the vegetation is still overgrown there, and it makes viewing very challenging. You know, even if I were to get out of the car and you know, do my best, the vegetation's tall and difficult to see around or over. There are really only a few, you know, clear views, not even very well of, you know, the primary area, unfortunately, but that's the way it is. Quick blue-winged teals again. I really do like them. And are these ducks here? Yeah, I think there are. Let me just angle things so you can see them. Oh, that's a pied-billed grebe right there, and that is as well. So not ducks. And that looks like a blue-winged teal. Okay. Bird every bird. Now reading 68 degrees. Looks like another grebe. What have we here? Okay, these are, what are these? Well, that looks like a pied-billed grebe, and then maybe more blue-winged teals, by the looks of things. Up, and there everybody goes. They didn't fly far, but they're, okay, we're going to keep moving. I'm not sure what these gulls are. I see nothing on their bills, so they don't. I mean, they don't look like ring-billed. Oh, well, the one on the water does look like a ring-billed, so never mind. I don't know. Okay. One in the air looks like one too. Okay. By the way, I also did post much of what we saw last week at Knox Marcellus. You know, it was, as usual, a challenge dealing with the wind, and I don't know if you could really hear us very well. I did my best to, you know, edit out some of that wind noise and hopefully make it easier to hear Dave. It gives things a bit of a tinny sound, but I figure that's okay. You know, it's not like we were really hearing a lot of birds. We were just hearing a lot of wind, and hopefully you could hear, you know, Dave in the recording. So anyway, if you're interested in what we saw, and we saw some nice shorebirds last week, and a surprise or two really in that, and also we saw a Bonaparte's gull. So we had some good bird watching there last week. This week things look like they really just dried right up. Literally and figuratively. Another grebe here. Five-billed grebe. And a cormorant is relatively close. Let's see if we can take a look at it in the water. Again, double-crested cormorant. Notice how low it is in the water. It's not a duck, although it has the form factor of one. You know, the overall form factor. But I know I've explained this before, but you know, they dive for fish, and they're not quite as buoyant. Their feathers aren't as are, you know, duck feathers, and that actually helps them in terms of diving. But those feathers have to be treated with a little bit of extra care. They have to be dried out a little bit more carefully and thoroughly than do duck feathers, just because of their nature. Everybody here is far away. Somehow those geese seem small. And there was a duck, which we no longer have any ducks there, but somehow they seemed, in terms of size, I don't know. Okay. for a second I thought maybe they were not Canada geese, but maybe not. Okay. And over here, is there anything over here? No. Okay, let's keep going. Before I do go, I'm going to look with binoculars just a bit. Probably a mallard. Not sure, but I don't believe they're the whistling ducks. I don't believe it. By the way, Dave said to me, you know, if he sees or hears about the whistling ducks being seen again, he would let me know. So, again, they were not reported as having been seen as of, you know, as of my conversation with Dave a while ago. So it could be they're just not here any longer, or they're just, you know, not anywhere they could be seen. Now, I have to admit, I have not read about them. I don't know what they eat or what they do. But Dave said that they like to spend their time near the cattails. So, and I guess he indicated sometimes it's like, you know, they'll often be where you can't see them because of those cattails. You know, it's a matter of them being in the way. So, who knows? Who knows? Will we see them? Probably not. And I don't want to just see them in the distance and, you know, okay, there they are, and just, oh, I just heard an American goldfinch, and saw it too. You know, I don't want to just check it off a list. Oh, I saw one, you know. As you may have gathered, I'm going to switch cameras. May have gathered, I'm not one who just wants to check things off a list and then say, okay, I've done it, and move on. I want a good look at whatever bird we're talking about. Certainly, you know, if I record video of, you know, just an area, and later on in viewing the video, oh look, the camera picked up whatever, you know, whatever the species is, I don't count that as, okay, I've seen this species. I don't think of it that way. I guess if I were to see a bird and see it well, and maybe not realize that it's a different species or something for some reason, and later discover, oh, instead of a whatnot, it's a what is. I don't even know if I would even then say, okay, I had a good look. I've seen one of these. It's nice to know what you're looking at the time. Now, I'm not saying if there's a bird that I believe, or I have no idea what the species is, but I record it well, and then I later discover what it is. Yeah, sure, I consider having, that I've seen it. I guess, if I did believe it was one species and then I found out later it was another, but I saw it well, I would say, okay, I feel like I have seen the species. So, I was just thinking of a possible example. If I were to see an eagle and believe it to be, let's say, a juvenile bald eagle, and I later determine, no, that's actually an adult golden eagle, but I had a good look at it, I would say, okay, later on I would, in my own thinking, I would say, okay, I did see one. I have seen one. I might even qualify it, in my own thinking. Well, I didn't realize it at the time, but I saw one once and I saw it well. In the end, I guess it doesn't matter to anybody but me. Really keeping score. I don't get a prize if I win. There's nothing to win. But, getting back to those ducks, the black-bellied whistling ducks, if I were to see them and at great distances and can barely identify them because they're so far away, I might consider, yes, I've seen them, but I haven't really seen them, and certainly not a satisfactory view. There's a great blue heron coming our way and about to cross the road, I think. See it. And there are a few geese over to our right in the dried pool. Empty pool, I should say. Canada geese. From what I can tell, nothing else though. Now, it's mid-September. Just about. And in terms of migration, as we've seen with shorebirds, in some ways, we're well into it. In terms of what's really obvious and what's not, we're really just kind of starting. What's nice is that with migration, the migration season, it's not like all those species migrate at the same time, or at the very least, it's not like they all come through here at the same time. So it's like, okay, one good week and then everything else is devoid of anything. If you think about it, we've already started migration, obviously, and it'll keep going. And then, maybe... Hold on one second. Is that a killdeer? It'll keep going for a while, and then we'll be well into winter, and we might see certain birds that have migrated into the area. Maybe they just reached there, or they've been there but we haven't seen one, and you know, one before. And then it won't be long. Yeah, that looks like a killdeer. Yes, killdeer. You may recall we saw semi-palmated plovers last week at Knox Marcellus, and they only had, they looked in many ways like killdeer, maybe a smaller beak, smaller overall, only one stripe on the breast, black stripe, and this has two, and it's larger and not quite as rounded a head, not quite as large a head relative to the body. So the killdeer is also a plover, but you can see the differences between that and, if you recall, the black belly, or I'm sorry, we saw black belly I think the week before, the semi-palmated plovers. We saw and just 3 of them last week. But we didn't see any killdeer last week. Not there, certainly. I don't know if we even heard any. But anyway, you know, so migration goes along, and then it obviously it starts to taper off, you know, late in the year, depending on how the year goes, of course. We have some winter, some interesting things to see in winter. And then, you know, you're into March and migration begins, you know, again. Something, you know, some birds migrate earlier than others. So I guess my point is there's not that much time, really. I mean, if you look at the entire migration, if each entire migration season, for us anyway, it seems like there's not that much time in between them. Basically, winter. I mean, that's really all it, of course, you know, and when you look back at it, it's like, yeah, of course, that's why everyone migrates. But I mean, it can take some time, and by the time you see the various things that at least I want to see in winter, whether it, you know, snowy owls or maybe rough-legged hawks, or you know, you see swans around, depending on how things work out. You know, I mean, it's really, in many ways, winter can be kind of enjoyable too. As long as the weather is somewhat cooperative. I don't know why I'm driving so slowly here. There's nothing here. So let's move along a little faster. I could show you the grasses, you know, on the left side, or I could show you the grasses on the right. Or I could just keep driving with the camera pointed like this, and you can see kind of, you know, grasses in stereo, left and right. Thought I may have seen something, and no, I didn't. Dave, when we were agreeing not to bother walking down to, you know, along Knox Marcellus, I said, well, at least my editing work will be easier this week. You know, the videos I've been putting up have been, you know, on the longer side. and you know, longer doesn't necessarily mean that it takes me more time. You know, like if I feel that, you know, everything is good in a, you know, let's say there was a segment that was an hour long, and I felt that everything was good in it, and I wouldn't want to take anything out. It would take me, you know, a very short time to actually just, you know, tell the computer to keep it all in. But I've been going through it trying to take out the bits where there's, you know, nothing at all, or we really couldn't hear anything, or whatever. Trying to tweak the audio so you can hear. To refresh your memory, it's basically all grass. There is a channel of water right here, and I'm kind of looking along the edge, the far edge. I can't see along the near edge, but looking along the far edge for anything that might be there. In the air, that looks like a cormorant, I believe. I couldn't see it well, it was backlit, but it had that, you know, more characteristic, you know, something closer to a plus sign shape. It was flapping its wings, but not as quickly as would be, you know, necessary to be a you know, a duck in that kind of flight. A little bit too fast to be a Canada goose. Side of the road. Not sure what they are. I think they might be, it's possible they're red-winged blackbirds. I don't know. They somehow look a little bit too stocky, I think, to be starlings, but I may be wrong. Many are taking off now. And I still don't know what they are. Okay. So we have maybe 3 pied-billed grebes in the water over there. I can't show them to you well, but even with the other camera, I can only show them to you so well. I'm still not sure. Let me, maybe they are starlings. They might be. Hold it. And now they're all gone, so now I will maybe never know. But 68 degrees. Still breezy. I think things would have been pretty bad. I mean, even if there had been shorebirds there in sufficient numbers to make the walk worthwhile, wind might have been really a problem. Not that it's, you know, very, very, very windy, but going over the microphone and everything, it might have been tough. Oh, I see a great egret. Egret, I'll show you very quickly. It's not very close, but it's over here. I don't see anything else really. Alright, let's keep going. Not our most active visit to Wildlife Drive, really. But given the time of year, not at all surprisingly, as I was kind of getting to earlier when I said it was, we're getting to mid-September. I've mentioned it before. We've come here in prior years when we did not come up here during this, most of the summer, and we'd make our first trip here, maybe like the third week of September. Often that first visit would be unremarkable, So anyway, the guy was posting photos of himself on the eagle. I mean, here that is a sculpture someone worked on. Who knows what damage he did by being on it and putting his full weight on it. He was actually on it, like riding a horse. I mean, that is, maybe I break it down. Completely irresponsible, completely disrespectful. And quite honestly disgusting. He wasn't a child who climbed up there without his, without parents looking. He's a full-grown adult. Turkey vulture by the looks of it. I think so, yes. Been seeing many small birds of any sort, sparrows, and I mean, we did hear And I did see an American goldfinch, but like, again, no, haven't been seeing or hearing any of the sparrows. Certainly didn't hear marsh wrens, anything like that. It's a different time of year. But I would have hoped to have seen like a song sparrow, for instance. Maybe not singing, but at least, you know, hopefully see one. But that will do it for Wildlife Drive. Could have been better, could have been worse. Not that it's a big deal, but I'm wondering when they'll get this, whatever they're doing on this bridge, finished. I have no idea what they're doing. I'm hearing American goldfinches. Where are we going? I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. Days are obviously getting shorter, and you know, another month and a half or so, well, a little less than 2 months really, you know, we'll have the end of daylight savings time, and then things will be really short in terms of, you know, tour time and everything. And happened to see that we were offline, and I hope we're back online now. Actually, I didn't happen to see, I looked. Since we often go offline in this area, I took a look, and sure enough, we were offline. Last night, after visiting the you know, good birding location that has too much vegetation. Drove away, and I was getting close to home, and I saw flying to the ground. Oh, we've got a red-tailed hawk right above the road right now. And speaking of red-tailed hawks, that's what I was speaking of. I saw a juvenile hawk. I didn't know it was a juvenile at the time, but I saw it just as I was rounding a corner, flying right down to the, to ground level. And I see a northern mockingbird. We've passed the mockingbird. Anyway, so I slowed down. I couldn't see it. It was in tall grasses, or fairly tall grasses. And another car was coming in the opposite direction. Maybe they saw me slow down, so they slowed down also, I believe. And within short order, it wasn't down there long, it was a red-tailed hawk. It flew from the ground across the road, which I was not happy about. But it was carrying something, so I believe one of my juveniles caught something. But I was really concerned about that behavior, and that's adults do it too, but I think juveniles are a little bit more likely to do it. And the road I was on is not like the busiest road, but it has a fair amount of traffic. Anyway, we're heading to Van Dyne Spoor. I figure we might as well. Now, even weeks ago, it was drying up, and I have to imagine it's maybe quite dry, but I figure it's kind of worth a look. It doesn't take that long to get there. And we may even, maybe, go have a look at Cairncross. And it was, maybe months ago now, we made our last, visit to Cairncross, and with essentially no water there, I had, decided that I wouldn't be going there again for a while. And it's not that I believe there's water there now, but I figure it might be worth a look today, just to see what's going on, how things have grown. I have a feeling things are overgrown there, and it may be that we won't go again for the rest of the year. I don't know. Some of these areas, like Van Dyne Spoor, don't get winter maintenance, so it's not like even if winter were mild and there were birds there, it might not be even possible to go there. I will say, I should have looked. When Dave and I went to Van Dyne Spoor a few weeks ago, we didn't go this way. There's a turnoff just back there, just a ways, and you end up driving over a rock-covered road, gravel, whatever you want to call it. And I didn't know that, and I don't know if it's always open, but we were driving along, and all of a sudden Dave took a right onto that, and I followed him. And by the time we got there, I thought, I said, I don't know why we went that way. That seemed actually maybe longer, and because the road is not like, not an asphalt road like this one, smoothly paved. And it actually took a lot longer to get there. I think he said that he thought it was a shortcut. But one thing I noticed, and I don't believe at that time it was good, but if we can take that in the future, earlier in the season, just like the stretch before we get to the main viewing area. We drive through a wooded area on the way, to the main viewing area of Van Dyne Spoor. That, again, not in recent weeks, but that is often good for, hearing and possibly seeing some of the birds of the woods. And if we could go through that shortcut, which wasn't a shortcut, it also goes through some wooded areas nicely. And maybe even in terms of bird watching, maybe better than the stretch of woods we go through here, just because it's not quite as, the vegetation's not as dense at ground level. So, that might be worth looking into in the future. And I just have to remember that, and also, obviously, the way has to be, open and allowing for traffic. But it's an extended wooded area, and it seemed pretty nice, and again, not as densely filled with vegetation as the stretch we're about to go through in another minute or two. Oh, and by the way, that it's in addition to the wooded area we're about to drive through. It's not in place of, so it's not like this. So we would actually get the benefit of both. I don't remember exactly where we would come out. I think it's up. Oh, I know where. I think it's just up ahead here. Is this it? Maybe here. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think actually that's it. Okay. That's where I believe we came out. I don't believe it was right up here. I think it was that space back there. Yeah, there's no road here. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know if you can see it. I mean, everything is densely filled in with vegetation here on either side. And in that, that other route to get here, there's a stretch where it's you're looking in and you can actually see a little ways. So my thinking is, like I said, I'm wondering if that might be a good way to go, when the birds are singing and vocalizing a little bit more again. I don't know if they've left, but you know, I haven't heard a wood thrush in a long time or a veery in a long time. I suspect they have left. Just like at least in my area, the robins have essentially left. I may have heard one last night. And we did see and hear a few at sapsucker last week, including a very young one. Now, looking back down at the thermometer, it had said 68 for a while. Now it says 73. That could be a function of, you know, I believe I'm hearing a cardinal's chip note. Northern cardinal. Anyway, I expect things to be pretty dry here, and there may not be much activity to speak of, so we might only be here a few minutes. I don't know. You know, it seems like this year has been different in many ways. I mean, just every year is different, but I mean, things are just, they've been abnormal. You know, it started off that way in May in that bird watching area that I have near me, and see some American crows, by the way. And thinking about, like, lately, you know, I've been on the lookout since, you know, mid to late August, and maybe I haven't looked enough or at the right times, but I haven't been seeing many common nighthawks from my own area, and you know, I have seen a few, but I've seen, I think, more in prior years, and I know their numbers are dropping, but it's worrisome. Cute little birds. If you ever get a chance, take a look at them. You know, look up, common nighthawk. They're beautiful. Cute little faces. Amazing flyers. Monarch butterfly. I've been seeing them, I just haven't been mentioning them. Monarch. that? What is that? Is that a kestrel by any chance? Something's going on. They're flying farther away, whatever they are. It might have been a couple kestrels, I'm not sure. Or it might have been someone chasing after a kestrel, or it might not have even been a kestrel, it might have been a merlin. I don't know. We'll try to find out. Things are looking pretty dry though to our right, as predicted. I don't know if there's any, well, there might be some standing water up ahead. Looks more like a puddle, but no reason for a lot of great egrets or great blue herons to be here. But you know, there are people up ahead. Maybe they're finding it worthwhile, or at least thinking it might be, and they're looking. And I think I see, it might be a tripod leg. Oh yeah, there's some water. It's more than a puddle, but is it drawing shorebirds? That I don't know. Maybe it is, I don't know. As for those other birds, I don't know where they went. Yeah, looks like they're looking through a scope to see something. Sorry.
Okay.
We'll take a look. As soon as this pickup truck turns around, maybe we'll do the same. I see a Canada goose, maybe 2 or 3. I see a starling. Hearing something else, or at least I think I am. And in the water, I see a wood duck. Actually, they're, well, not hundreds of geese, but they're a fair number. One, two. Probably somewhere around 25, maybe more. There's the wood duck, like I told you, right down here. Geese are over here. Shorebirds though, or something like that have people out with scopes taking. Let me look with binoculars and see if there's anything special, or maybe they're just hoping. don't see anything. But anyway, like I said, I hadn't expected much water, and other than this, these two areas, there's another one over here. That's really all I can see. Maybe some damper spots there. Oh, there's something out here too. And maybe that's the place to look, and maybe that's what those others with scopes are doing. Let me look out there with binoculars quickly. Whatever it could be out there won't be seen very well by us, but let me take a look. Maybe it's something. A couple great blue herons out there, and more geese. Not all the way out there, but more geese are over here somewhere. So there are quite a few Canada geese. Great blue heron is landed over here. Even if there are shorebirds out there, for instance, I'm not going to be able to identify them. I'm not qualified, and not just that, even if I were, they'd be very difficult just given the conditions. And so I think, and I see the scope people up that we passed earlier, look like they're already looking elsewhere, so maybe there's not much here. It could be they were looking with scopes, not at something, but looking for, as opposed to at. And the wind has just picked up. Maybe they saw something, maybe I should have asked them, but we're gonna keep moving. Now when I think of Cairncross, I think it might be drier than this and more overgrown than this, because it was like that, the last time we visited there, and I remember we were in and out in short order. However, when I think of Cairncross, I also think of it. Oh, someone just ran across the road, and it may have been a mink. I'm not sure. There was that time when we went to Cairncross, and the best thing we saw, I would say, that visit, was probably what we saw on the way there, and that was a broad-winged hawk. We first saw it on the road, and then it flew up to a tree, and we were able to get a good look at it. So, you never know what you'll see. It matters, all that matters is timing and everything like that. So, a little bit of luck. So maybe we will head there since we're here already, and it won't take long to get there. Just to take a look around. We may be right in and out. I don't know. No sign of what I believe was probably a mink, but I'm not positive. Anyway, you can probably see there are several crows on the ground. Flying off the road. Really do like crows. They really can be interesting to see, and we haven't seen it in a while, but there have been occasions when we have seen huge flocks of them in in the Ithaca area. Really, now that I think about it, I've seen them also elsewhere, but like in terms of on the tour, we've seen them only in different locations on the Cornell campus. Once, as I recall, we were down in the the Plantations Gardens area and looking up at the surrounding trees, and there were many of them. And another time, we were on Tower Road, not far from the tower, and it was getting really late. We couldn't see them very well, but there were many there. It was too dark to really get the full the full appreciation, at least on the camera. I think I could see them a little better with my eyes than the camera could see them at the time. So it's been a few years since we've seen such large flocks of them. I'm not saying they haven't been around, but we just haven't, been in the right place at the right time. I hear a chip note. It might be a cardinal. I was hearing something else too, but I'm not hearing it now. Don't know what it was. left right, right up here. We're going to keep going straight. And take a right. Should have taken a right back there for a different location. Never been there. At least I don't believe so. Motorcycle past me. We saw that broad-winged hawk. I mean, there were no leaves on the trees, as I recall. It was a good thing, actually, because, it was on the road. It looked like it had found some prey or something. And then it took off, flew into the woods, and we wouldn't have seen it otherwise, again, if the leaves had still been on the trees, but I didn't see anything just now. So welcome to Carn Cross Road. I have a feeling we're going to be in and out. It's dry. It is dry, and in fact it looks like some of it has been mowed. So the vegetation grew to a point where it was mowed down or harvested or whatever. I think there's either nothing to see here or essentially nothing to see here. Okay. I had feared that. Okay. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, but I think we're going to turn around. Right now, I'm not even going to go to the end of the road and head back. Like I said, I thought it might be worth checking. If we were to get, significant rainfall, in the, let's say, coming weeks, maybe it would be worth coming here again, let's say in October or November. And there may be some water, beyond our view. I don't know. There very well might be, but I do think there probably is. Earlier in the spring, when we were coming here regularly, there was a fair amount of water here, but that dried up fairly quickly. Off we go. It's probably even faster than I thought it would be. And if you're thinking, why did you even bother? Well, like I said, I mean, you never know. We could have come here and seen some sort of surprise. You never know. Maybe there would even be a puddle for some reason, and that's drawing birds. You never know. And like I said, maybe these woods draw something. Now, of course, they're pretty thick and almost impenetrable to the eye from here. Last week or the week before, when finished at Knox Marcellus, Dave was describing a number of other areas to go, and I don't have them all memorized. I don't even have their names memorized, but there are quite a few areas. But some areas are definitely better than others, and some require maybe knowing beforehand that there's going to be something worthwhile there. Maybe they require a lot of time we may not have. I see a cormorant in a tree, okay. Wasn't sure what it was, but this is what it looks like. On the other side of the road to our left. And looked at it as we were driving, and it looked very dry. And I'm just wondering if Shockey Pool is the same sort of thing, you know, all grasses, not like they're mowing it or anything. Vulture flying up above us. Now reading 75 degrees. It feels warm here in the car. The window's closed. I don't think I'm going to bother returning to East Road. The only thing I wasn't sure of is if I saw one of the sandhill cranes earlier. I may have seen one. I wasn't positive. Dave had said he had seen the family of them, but I couldn't be sure I was seeing. I only looked with binoculars. I didn't look with a scope or anything. I think I'm going to skip it. Well, you know what? I'm going to drive by, and if the cranes happen to be near us, then we'll take a look at them. If not, we'll just keep going. How's that? Or if we happen to see something else, really great, but cornfield to our left. It's been harvested. Lots of birds in the air, larger birds. They may be turkey vultures and or eagles. Not sure. I'm guessing mostly turkey vultures. Although, let me see. Some are eagles. Like, this is an eagle up here. But a lot of these are turkey vultures. There's a fair amount of white in the air now down there also. I'm guessing they're gulls. There are some great egrets down there that I saw earlier today, and I just saw them quickly just a moment ago. Some people are here. Maybe the same people that we saw earlier at Grandine School? Or, yeah. Cranes, sandhill cranes. Do you see the cranes in the air? There are at least 2 sandhill cranes in the air. Up, you see there's a grouping of birds in the air. 2 of them flying together are sandhill cranes. Got them?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're going to the right.
Correct. And I think those same 2 cranes are right. Where are they? Come on. Well, I can't get them, but I think those are cranes that are there. So they circled around. And I don't see the family of sandhill cranes. Let me just set you down for a moment and look a little bit more carefully with binoculars. Well, if they are down there, I don't see them. I just saw some red-winged blackbirds fly by though. Oh, something's going on with the eagles down there. Well, not that much. Okay, I think we're going to move along. There's not much. I mean, there is activity here, but the viewing's not that great, and I think we're better off maybe. Well, I don't know if we're going to see that much more up here, quite honestly. But you know, we're going to take a quick look with the other camera, I think, just to see. I mean, some of the things I'm not looking at very clearly with binoculars, so we'll take a quick look. Look like egrets. I wasn't sure. See, the viewing isn't great because of the conditions. It's tough. Distance, lighting, heat shimmer, all that. It's not great. So that's why we're not going to stay here too much longer. Just want to look at a few things, that's all. So it seems like there are quite a few eagles there. I believe that we're looking at eagles as opposed to, let's say, turkey vultures. That's a sandhill crane. And it looks like a young one right next to it, if I'm not mistaken. And there's a third. Okay, there's the family. I wonder if those people back there see the family. Hold on. Let me see if I can find them again if I had to. I think I could. I'm going to drive back there and let them know. There's also a family of sandhill cranes down there. The three, did you see them?
I saw that.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
Okay.
thanks. Take
care. We're gonna move along. Well, one quick look at whatever white is flying in the air out there. I think they're gulls, but. Okay, let's switch cameras and move on. Oh, I was going to show you a kestrel. I wasn't close, but it took off anyway, and it's landing farther away. Oh, but there may be two kestrels, so let's take a look. They're both farther away, but maybe we'll see. That's the one that was already there, and then this is the one that I saw flying there. This I'm pretty sure is a kestrel. The other one I'm not positive. Somehow it seems smaller, even though it's actually a little closer. But obviously, you know, we're not getting a very good view. It's too, the conditions are tough. But this looks like a kestrel as well. Yes. Earlier today, when I was, you know, I arrived here. Dave had already been here, but he wasn't at the viewing area back there, and that's where I first went. And while waiting for him, there was an American kestrel just hovering, and it was a beautiful sight. And I thought to get my camera out, but you know, I just didn't know if he would be coming right along or what the story was. Then it kind of dove out of my way, or out of my view, I should say. And it wasn't a perfect hover, meaning like without any, you know, any use of its, you know, without flapping its wings at all. But it was still pretty impressive. I mean, there were times when it was just, you know, basically seemed completely immobile in the air, just floating there. Turkey vulture. I don't want to disturb the kill deer, but I have a feeling they're going to fly away. Another car's coming anyway. Yep, they both took off. Both took off. Maze Point. Bye, Maze Point. I don't think we're stopping here. Wind looks like it's maybe picking back up again. Maybe not. Shocky Pool. And there goes Shocky Pool. I think what we're going to try to do is we'll go back to the visitor center. We'll go back to the visitor center and we'll see if maybe we'll get out of the car and maybe climb that tower, depending on if it's crowded up there or not. If it is, then we're not going to, but if it looks like there aren't a lot of people up there, maybe we'll go and take a look and see if we can see anything. Now, as I had mentioned to Dave earlier, you know, when we've gone up there, and we haven't gone too many times during like the, you know, we've gone more in the off season than during like the warmer months. But I mean, every time we seem to go up there, it's all just grasses, and then a few areas that have some water, and everything is still very distant, and it's windy and everything. So I'm not making any promises that we'll see anything, anything very well. But maybe we'll get some views that we could not get. I mean, there's more. There's probably more open water now, maybe, than we might see in the winter time. You know, which might have more of it just being frozen and covered by snow, or the grass is that much longer. But we'll see. A lot of time to spend there, I don't believe, because it's almost 10 after 2 now, and by the time we get there, I'll have to reconfigure a couple things, and then climb the tower and look around. You know, I do want to drive back to Ithaca, so I mean we only have so much time. As usual, let's say we do see something just amazing and spectacular up there. Then I would start saying, okay, well, we're going to start knowingly eat into our time in Ithaca. That's just, that's how things work. Looking at flags here and there, I mean, and tree branches. I mean, it's definitely a little windy. So, it may be that you'll have a hard time hearing me. One good thing is, unlike when we, over the last few weeks, would walk with Dave, he's standing a few feet away, and I'm right there at the camera. So, I mean, the microphone can pick up my voice, which, well, maybe I shouldn't say it's a good thing. It is what it is. If you don't want to hear my voice, then sorry. But if you do want to hear what I'm saying, at least the microphone can pick me up. I don't remember if I told you or not, but I did try adding some protection for those microphones in the last couple days, and I don't even know if the glue I used will really hold what I intended to glue on there, but we'll see. And I don't know if they'll, what I glued on there will make a difference anyway. Could be worse. Hopefully we're live again. I saw that we were disconnected, but hopefully we're reconnected. I think I am seeing maybe a pigeon. Am I seeing a pigeon? I saw one earlier, but not here. Guess I see a pigeon. Ground, I see Canada geese, I think. Take a chance and try to go there anyway, because I don't see a lot of cars here, so chances, well, there are a few cars. I mean, that platform might be full of people. I can't see it. We're gonna park and set up, and then we'll take a walk out there and see what happens. Trying to decide what tripod I want to use. This will likely be our last stop up here today, and then I'll drive into Ithaca and we can continue from there. All of a sudden it feels pretty warm here in the car because we're in the sun. Now, how'd that happen? I don't know who tangles up all these cords. Now, 1 second. Alright, I'm getting so tangled up, I don't know what's going on. There, that's better. A little better, anyway. Okay. Alright. There's that. a tripod, and I think we're almost ready. Let's see in a moment. That wouldn't have been good. Oh, come on, come on, come on. There we go. It's not just wires, it's other stuff. It's all a conspiracy. Uh-oh. What happened? Okay. I'm sorry it's taking so long, but that's how it is. Alright, we're just about ready though. Oh, hold on. Just dim things down. Again, we probably won't be here very long. I think I see at least one person up there. That's okay. And usually, actually, even groups of people, unless they're serious bird watchers, they're usually not up there long, but actually it looks like 2 or 3 people are up there, maybe 4. But I don't see anybody like looking through any optics at all. So it could be that they're just up there to look around and climb back down. We're gonna go up there. We're here. Might as well.
Hi.
Hello. Hopefully you're still with me.
You coming all the way up?
I am.
Okay, yeah, we'll wait for you.
Okay. I mean, oh, you're waiting. Are you coming right down?
We thought we'd wait till...
No, I mean, are you waiting for me to come up so you can go down?
Yeah, we were.
Oh, okay. I'm not after anything in particular, although I heard there's a certain duck that's not normally in the area that I wouldn't mind seeing.
Cool. Are you from this area?
Not very close, but not too far away.
So is that your scope?
Yes.
All right. We'll head down. Have a
Okay,
great day.
good luck to you.
Yeah, good luck. Okay.
We might see some ducks.
You look at in,
I'm going to look out in that area there, I think, primarily.
most of the birds are. I mean,
We'll see. Take care.
yeah, you too. See ya.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry about that, everybody. I hope that you're still with me. Let me double check and make sure that you are. I think you are. Okay. So, before we get to ducks, let's look at what I believe may be red-winged blackbirds. It's too dark to see them. Looks like it, yes. And now, let me just see something. Alright, and there may be more over here in flight. Oh, and more coming into that tree, more going out of that tree. Again, very different from what, oh, and you know, there may be a lot in these, whatever they are. But very different from what we see in the spring, you know, where they're all marking off their territories and see them more one at a time by themselves, unless one is chasing after another or something. Looks like a bald eagle. And that looks like a northern harrier. So they're not close, so we're not getting close-ups in the air, of course, but it did look like for a moment or two the harrier was going after an eagle. Okay, so we still haven't looked at any of the ducks yet. And let's start looking at some of the ducks. With these distances, I may not be able to determine what we're seeing at all, but I want to adjust something on my tripod here, because I don't like how it's working, as usual. Difficult for me to tell what we're looking at there. Oh, I don't know who just flew by. Those, what just flew by just now, those were more red-winged blackbirds. And we may have some American widgeons here. More red-winged blackbirds flying through our view. This is maybe the sort of thing that if I look at the video later, I might be able to better determine what we're seeing. I'm not sure if you're hearing them, but there are red-winged blackbirds vocalizing, not with their normal, you know, I don't know if you want to call it a song or a call, but not with that, but just hearing the constant chirp, 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 chirp. Oh, this took off. Okay, I've gotten us off course here. Let me maybe start back over here on the left side more, so we don't lose track of everything that we have looked at. Actually, we hadn't gotten very far. Again, I'm not going to identify these because I'm having a hard time seeing what they are, and maybe later on looking at video, maybe I would be able to identify them, but I'm not really sure. I think we may be seeing some American widgeons here, but not in breeding colors quite yet, at least not the males. I'm going to make a slight adjustment also to my tripod again. And sorry if this is, this may be boring to some people. We're just looking over a field of a view that has water and a fair number of ducks. One second, I want to look away with binoculars. The red-winged blackbirds, haven't been following them all around, but they keep coming from our right to maybe stopping in that tree and then moving on to the left. Right now there's a fair number of them in there. Definitely see some American widgeons in there. I'm not sure. I think that might be a gallinule in the foreground that just went to the right. Definitely some smaller ducks there. I don't know if those are blue-winged teals or not. I'm not sure. And I'm not sure who that is. At center screen. Coloring is a little different. It could be a matter of eclipse plumage. I'm not sure. Or just something I'm not used to. Is that a pintail stretching? Maybe. I'm not positive. Oh, that looks like a... Is that a widgeon? The coloring just seemed odd. Could be because we don't usually see them out of the water. And I think that's what's going on. We're seeing their widgeons. I'm not so sure who the smaller ducks are. They're in the foreground. A lot of ducks just feeding or resting there. They're not really like doing much else. Some, you know, it doesn't look like, well, just refueling and recharging, I should say. Some feeding, but I mean it's a lot of just resting by the looks of things. These grasses don't make it easy, but there are more birds there than I realized. I'm having a hard time holding things really steady. It's not even the wind, it's just mostly the magnification, I think. To me, it looks like just a lot of brown ducks, and it's hard to see the details. Maybe I'm wasting your time. I want to look with binoculars. One moment. I mean, the lighting is such that it's hard for me to zoom in and to see, you know, to see any kind of details that allow me to identify. I think I'm wasting your time. I'm not doing a good job of this, quite honestly. And you know, we're not seeing it all that well. I was hoping to identify ducks a little better. Now they aren't very close, but still. And part of that is because I'm not great at identifying them in the first place. That might be an egret back there. those might be American coots down there. I think so. They have a different, I mean, overall, yes, they are duck-like, but they have a different profile. Pied-billed grebe there. You can see it's the shape of its head for me is distinctive. Again, I'm not identifying these, and I'm sorry if I'm not, but you know, that was a mallard that just flapped its wings. You can see how much larger they are than the ducks that duck that is closer to us. And then I believe that was either a coot or a gallinule that just flew on from the foreground. You may have people coming up to the tower. I'm not sure. Is it a green-winged teal by any chance? And I might be seeing American black ducks too. I'm not positive, but I think so. There's a wood duck. That small duck at center screen might be a green-winged teal. I'm not positive, but I think it is. I can't be sure. More coots. And that may be a blue-winged teal there. I'm not positive, but I believe so. At center screen, swimming, moving. See that center screen? That's an American widgeon right there. You see how large it is, not particularly large. And look at the mallards behind, how much larger they are. Mallards are large ducks. I mean, you don't realize it sometimes until you see them in comparison to, other ducks. Someone's cronking. Well, I just caught a glimpse of it. The great blue heron just flew in, but I can't see it now. I want to look at something with binoculars while you're looking at that. We probably should come up here more often. I'm not saying we're seeing anything all that remarkable right now or out of the ordinary, but I'm looking down and I'm seeing what, are tough views now, but I'm wondering if, like in the spring, before things get really overgrown, that maybe they're better than we can get otherwise. And it might be worth coming up here more often. Maybe not, I don't know. We're only going to be up here a few more minutes, I think, and then I'm going to head to the car and head to Ithaca, I think. Even if we see the Eurasian widgeon, and I don't know if it's there or not, but even if we see it, it won't be a close view. Oh, sandhill cranes. Hi, cranes. This may be our best view of them yet today. We do have people climbing the tower by the feel of it. Hello.
Hi.
It's about time you got here. If you want to take a look at my camera screen here, there are sandhill cranes out there. Three cranes.
Thank you.
Just wait, because every step you take shakes
Yeah,
the platform.
I see it.
Do you
how
see
cool.
them?
Yeah. Let me stop over there. Huh.
I'm not even sure where they
cool.
are.
Wow. Migrating through, I assume.
I would guess so. Well, either migrating through, they may have been living here all summer. I mean, that's very possible. So I'd say there are at least 3, possibly is that a 4th one, or is that that might be a, oh, that might be a great blue heron. Yeah, there's a heron. So I think there are at least 3 great or sandhill cranes out there. That might be a gadwall right there. Not positive, but it might be the one with the white that we followed a bit. Might not be. Might be a female widgeon. Do you see the northern harrier?
Yeah, is that the one flying over there?
Yes, flying from right to left. White spot at the base of the tail. Sorry, I had to shift my feet. Okay, we have some vegetation in the way. There's a leaf in the way or two. No, but there's some leaves in the way. Can you move those?
Yeah. Okay, right there.
This
Did you
viewer
get
thing
him?
in your way?
I'm sorry? You know, maybe that thing's in my way. You're right. That dumb thing. Let's see.
Right there, I can see him now.
I see it too with my own eyes, but I can't find it. There it is.
Oh, there he is. I'm not in your way, am I?
No, not at all. Thank you.
It's like a little stick.
And there it goes. Okay.
Is that little white spot?
No, it's a little dark spot.
Well, it does show the white spot every once in a while when it's in flight, but not so much when it's on the ground. So there's no white spot there now. Right at the edge of the dirt, where the dirt meets the grass. Go along there and you'll see it. Do you not see it?
No, not often.
It's still there. If you, there's,
Oh,
you
there
know,
he is. He's low.
okay, good.
Oh, he's not on that mound anymore.
No, had taken off just for, you know, a short flight, and is now on the ground. Beautiful bird.
Darling. Can you see him?
I can, yes.
Oh, I can't see him. Here, stand over here.
No, I'm fine, thank you. Oh, him, yes.
Ooh. Find it through here first. And then you'll find him through here. Still not in your way, right?
Nope, not at all.
Found him?
He's sitting on the ground?
Yeah. There's a little hump next to him.
Hold still if you would.
Still there? Pretty cool.
Have you ever seen one before?
No. That was great.
They're really beautiful birds, and you saw how it was flying.
Yeah.
That's what they do when they're looking for prey. They just, you know, glide along the ground.
Nice to see him in flight like that.
Now this is either it's either a juvenile or a female. I'm guessing it may be a juvenile. The adult males are more, overall, they're more grayish white or whitish gray, and they have because of that, they have quite a different appearance. This is more brown with that white at the base of the tail. The whole tail's not white. It's just the base of the tail that's white.
Ah,
You see a big, broad white stripe. I think you can see it on the males too. I'm not positive, but it's harder to tell because the rest of the body is more like, you know, gray. Where'd it go? Pardon me?
there's another.
Oh yeah, there's another one in the air.
Is that the? Alright, that. Yeah.
And if you look, you can see that white is there at the base of the tail, but not the whole tail.
Oh, cool. Very pretty. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Cool.
Good luck to you.
Never saw them before. Thanks.
Okay, they're departing, so we're they'll shake the platform a little bit as they leave. I'm not sure if that first harrier is still there on the ground or not. I lost sight of it. Something, I just bumped my tripod or something, and I don't know where it is. Let me look with binoculars very quickly. I don't see it there any longer, so I don't know if it took off or what. Let's quickly go back to the ducks, and I don't remember exactly where we were, but let's go back to them anyway, and just, you know, we'll just go over the field. We're not going to, again, really zoom in on individual birds. Unless something stands out for one reason or another. And to my eyes right now, nothing is standing out. I mean, you know, there's quite a few birds, and, you know, maybe if I have a chance to look at whatever I'm recording later, maybe I'll notice, you know, one thing or another, but I'm, you know, just dealing with my small camera screen here, so sometimes I miss things. There's another thing also, you know, when looking at what we're looking, you know, I might look at one bird or two, you know, with my own eyes. The camera records everything it records. Later on, I might notice something, let's say in the corner of the screen, that I missed, you know, before. It happens. I mean, it's after 3, so I mean, time is starting to run a little short. Okay, I think, if anything, you know, it's nice to help share the northern harriers with those people, because, you know, they've never seen one before. So, and it's as you may know, it's a bird I really enjoy watching. So. Will they become birders? I don't know. Are they birders? I don't know. But will they look for northern harriers in the future? Wouldn't surprise me. You know, for me, and there have been times when I've been bird watching somewhere, and I, you know, may see a bird I've never seen before, and maybe someone tells me what that bird is. All of a sudden, that bird becomes almost like a favorite of mine, and I end up looking for it all the time. And I mean, I think, for instance, of the bobolink, and I can remember the first time I saw one. And, you know, I didn't know what it was, but, you know, someone else was there and said what it was, and ever since then, you know, I look for them. Another northern harrier, by the way. I believe. That's not a northern harrier. Not sure what it is. Is that what I think it is? Hold on. Hold on, I gotta make some adjustments here. Sorry, I mean, I'm zoomed in quite a bit. I have to be. I'm not sure if I am seeing what I think we might be seeing. Maybe not. Uh-oh. Okay, I've got to adjust my tripod again. Hello.
Don't read about you.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I thought I heard an eagle. Oh, yeah, 2 eagles, I think, up there. Do you see the eagles up there? Okay, I got one just separated from the other. You know what? I think everybody, we have something special maybe possibly going on. Oh, what is that? I don't know what that is. And hold on. Yeah, I think I'm right. I think we're seeing broad-winged hawks, everybody. Yeah, that's a broad-winged hawk. That's what I thought we were seeing before. You see the eagle, and these are broad-winged hawks up here, straight up.
Yep,
Do you see them, the 2 straight up?
Right there?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that's an eagle.
Okay.
Up there, I believe, are broad-winged hawks. 2 of them.
Oh, okay, wait. Whoa, they're way up.
They're way up there.
It's amazing that they fly that high.
Well, why not? I would.
As long as they get enough oxygen up there.
Sure.
Wow. Beautiful day.
It is. It really is. Okay, everybody, I'm going to try to see if we can get them. There are 2 broad-winged hawks up there, and right now they're not in a spot that's convenient for me because they are up high. Oh, I had it. Shoot. Where'd they go? I can't see them now with the naked eye even. Oh, there's one. The eagle's closer and easier to see, but You too. Take care. She's walking down. That's not helping. I don't blame her, but... So again, we're looking at a broad-winged hawk, everybody, and I believe we may have 2 or 3 in the air right now. One, I was watching some and then I lost sight of them. They seemed to, I don't know where they went, but this one was in view again, so I decided to watch it. And I'm sorry I'm not doing a great job of watching it, but you know, it's something we don't see very often. I told you that earlier today, as I made my way here, I saw 4 or 5 in the air, not close to here. So I mean, it was actually closer to Ithaca. So I don't believe, you know, these aren't the same ones, but nice to see. And with the naked eye, I cannot see it. I'm looking away for the moment just to see if there are any more. Oh, there might be. There might be. Yeah, they're making their way through. Okay, I see 1, 2. I'm not recording. I'm not recording. I was missing all that. You know, that's so annoying. The camera stops recording after a set period of time. It's nothing I can do about it. But anyway, this is not the. I can't say this is the best recording of broad-winged hawks ever, but so we've got 2 there now in fairly close proximity, making use of the wind. I don't know what all that noise is. So again, we're looking, if you're just tuning in, we're looking at broad-winged hawks, which may be migrating through. I don't know, and I can't see them, can't see any with the naked eye at the moment. I'm going to leave the camera here for a moment, and I want to look around with binoculars to see if maybe any come into view. I will say this: if I can't see them with the naked eye, then it's most likely not good viewing even with the scope. But I see one now over here, if I can find it on the scope here. Come on, where are you? It's just a small dot to my own eyes. So where are you? Ah. Oh no, that's not a, no, that's an eagle. Okay, that's an eagle. I don't see any of the broad-winged hawks anymore. Let me just look around with binoculars. Maybe there's some that are in view. I would have loved to have seen a true, I believe it's called a kettle, of broad-winged hawks. That's where they're, you know, several of them maybe circling together in a rather relatively small circle, but I didn't see that. That's probably what I saw on the way here earlier today, and that was a kettle, a small kettle. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, I see a couple different. See one here and one up a little higher and maybe a little closer. Did you see that? I saw it just briefly. Near the end of the tail, there's a white stripe. A thin white stripe that goes, all the way across. For me, that's a telltale sign. Or at least, it's a sign I'm not looking at a red-tailed hawk. I don't know if I can see that with the naked eye any longer. There was a second one. I don't know where it is. We're not going to be up here too much longer looking at the broad-winged hawks, just because they're not close. If another one or two come along closer, I'd love it. But let me just hold the camera here. And I don't see any more. I'll tell you, when I was driving here earlier today and I saw the 4 or 5, like I told you, I don't know if you may have heard it or not. If you tune in late, you missed it. I saw 4 or 5 flying in fairly close proximity, but by the time I got a camera out, I had to pull over, got a camera out, and looked first with the binoculars just to verify I was seeing something out of the ordinary. And then by the time I got my camera ready, what is that? Something just flew by. I can't find it in the scope. There it is. Somehow it didn't look like a cormorant. Maybe it was, I don't know. Yeah, I think it was. Yep, it was. Okay. And there goes, is that another one? I think so. Anyway, by the time I got my camera out and everything, they were long gone. I lost sight of them completely. I don't see any more. Let's wait here another minute or two and see if more come along. Let me, while you're waiting, I'll at least have you look at the ducks. And other birds. Well, I'm not seeing anything else in the air. At least we got to see those. I mean, didn't see them as well as I would have liked, but I think it's time to pack up and head back to Ithaca. I do see a tree swallow. Maybe we'll start around 5:15, somewhere around there. It's going to take me a while to get back to the car and put things, reconfigure things. So everybody, I think let's resume at about 5:15 in Ithaca, somewhere around there. Check and see if you got the message. Okay, you got the message, and we are closing up here, and I'm going to head to Ithaca. I'll see you around 5:15, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.